เดี๋ยว Okay, thank you very much for letting me know. Again, welcome in everybody to the stream, and I know what I did wrong. I did probably push the wrong button as I was switching over. I do apologize for that. Welcome in everybody, thank you for being here. If you could paste the information, I'll be already joining through the friend list. But for anybody else, if you could paste that information, that would be great. Okay, so we're going to go help Mark out a little bit. Let me get all of the screens properly in place. So let's see what our first target will be today. Thank you very much. So for everybody else who wants to join us, I have pinned the information on the top of chat. I probably will want to switch the sword out, but first I do want to know what monster we'll be hunting. Such good music. So yes, for everybody, I did have a good day so far. Had a lot of fun this morning. And did have quite good sleep, I have to say. My plus reward today, or right now at least, is a Rathian. I think that'll change at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock maybe. Midnight Japan time. That will switch over to another daily reward. As Mark is deciding, let me have a look if I can, or if I need to do some housekeeping. Well, it does look like it. So that's the normal one. And let's go through all the things that I can sell, even Vigility tickets, although I do think that they are better spent handed in. I am going to keep you. Yeah, that is above 99. And that is the threshold for selling any normal materials. There are some I do want to keep a double stack of. just because they are either needed a lot more than the normal materials, or they are harder to get, so haven't been able to build a stack up is going to feel quite nice. No. Thunderlord Cortex is not anything I do want to sell at the moment. More Thunderlord. Very nice. Some IO Prey material, which is not all that. And a castle on the run. Absolutely. Let me go switch out my sword for one with an element better suited to this specific opponent, although I do think that I'll be taking along this one. There we are. Autocorrect is a decent nuisance. I am not surprised. It is unfortunate, but it is also the reason why I personally... Good, I hope that we won't need it, but it's good to bring along. It is a big reason I do switch off autocorrect for all my devices. And additionally, with the multiple languages I speak, autocorrect is already just a pain in the ass to use. Simply because it only recognizes one language at a time, and if you're writing texts regularly in 3 languages, 4 languages rather, then autocorrect is just the biggest pain and absolutely useless. That means that I will produce more mistakes, but that is then something I need to stand in for myself. At least it's not translating in the most silly ways possible. And here we have the first bar getting pulled out of the ground. I was hoping for a flinch. You only want to break us to break the upper thing. There we have a good flinch. And that, of course, is going to hurt. I think I'm going to take a second one. Okay, that was a bad smack. And now she interrupts me. nice big switch axe swings. And here. There we have the leg sinking into the sand. For this break, we have to go into the center. For the later ones, we do not. Okay, it is the most accessible though. And it's where I usually go. But you say that the break opens up. Okay, this is not good. Absolutely. Hello, welcome in the Thrag. I hope you had a lovely Saturday so far, and despite not being able to stay, I hope that you can look forward to a great continuation of your Saturday. Tira, hello, welcome in, good morning. I hope that you also had a good Saturday so far, even though it's probably been pretty short. But hello, welcome in, and I hope that you as well can look forward to a good continuation of your... And I'm probably getting up the wrong side. No, I'm fine. Absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Have a great Saturday, Thrag. Thank you very much. That was a good evade, and I hope that we're pushing her very back into the mech. Very quickly back into the mech is what I wanted to say. So far, so good. I wish... Okay, there we go. Defense down is done. Okay, there she goes back to the mech. Especially the rainy part. I absolutely understand how that makes for a comfortable, relaxing Saturday, and luckily Nesset stepped a little bit further and didn't throw that into my direction. That is a broken foot. Let's get up and do some damage. Okay. We're getting thrown off once more. A lot of debris flying all the way. Oh, bloody hell, I was too quick. And unfortunately, it hurt more than I would have wanted. Okay. And Mark wants to go back up here. Fortunately, we have another barrier to break. And I have to sharpen. That's the wrong whetstone. No, it is not. I already have used my 2 mini whetstones, so to the normal whetstones we have to switch. And there, her mecha breaks apart. I am currently not. That's not great. I'll be taking a look at the pickups here. Oh, ton of very valuable stuff already. And she doesn't like her attention, or rather the attention she is getting. Her attention is directed towards us, not towards herself, which to a big degree makes a lot of sense. That's one more. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm getting... Let's do it like this. I hope you enjoyed your breakfast, even if it was mainly out of snacks. There we are. Cookies and cream milk. That is not something I am familiar with. I hope it was delicious. Was it more like chocolate cookies, or was it more like Oreo or chocolate chip cookies? As I said, I do not have any. More like Oreo. Yeah, okay. I do like the Oreos with milk, so having a mix does sound quite delicious. Of course, there's probably going to be some fine-tuning happening. And I will ask you to please excuse me for a second, sound-wise at least. Okay. I am back. That hopefully helped with whatever was stuck in the back there. Nice talismans. And a upgrade of my hunter rank. I am going to have a quick look, for I do want it to complete Atalkar's weapon collection. An off-brand Oreo. Okay, I see. That is fine. I don't mind that. You're not what I'm looking for. You what I'm looking for. So her switch axe is still what I need here. not enough Ultimus crystals. I still require her bow, probably not working out. Did I already get her hunting horn? I did. So let's start out with her bow. Let's see if I can make it. Gold bow. Okay. Absolutely. Feel free to post the whatever quest you need, and if you do, if you are unsure of what exactly you would be needing, feel free to ask. That is also something now that I think about it. I don't think we have a ton of off-brand Oreo here. We do have the original Oreo though. And no, I can't sort the equipment box up there. I need to do this here. So you will be partaking here, and then I have a few talismans that need sorting a little. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why that seems to be the case. There might be multiple reasons for it. At least I know that we don't have a ton of off-brand Oreo. Okay, equipment box now is fine though. And I'll have a look. So this is all fine if I remember correctly, and I have a little bit in addition here that I could sell, but all in all it looks like taking care of the equipment box immediately again is paying off big time. I think 2 weeks ago finished my first layered armor. It's nowhere near battle ready because I do simply not. Okay, still some overflow here. And again, even doing that doesn't prevent the necessity from time to time going into the deeper box. That's a nice gun lance. Old design, but still very, very nice. So let me fill up the 2 glasses while we are waiting for a quest to accept. And I'm thinking about a few things, since we are again at the difference between the US and Europe. The videos or images I've seen from US supermarkets seem exaggerated, I want to say. In that European supermarkets are a lot more compact, but a lot less... But at the same time, a lot less... I don't know if wasteful is the correct word. It's more like that it feels that by focusing... Yeah, so... Which is like... It seems like overkill. I don't know why you need five dozen different... Well, 5 dozen brands is probably not quite correct, but... 10 brands of cereal, where then... And what happens with the less bought brands? Are you not going to keep the shelf stocked for the more popular ones? Some things, it makes sense that you have a lot of selection. Wine, for example, it's clear that you want to have a... Yeah, I get that it may be feeling less of an overkill for an American, but... Couldn't you do with less of a selection, but a more curated selection? I don't know, it seems... Which is another point, I'm not entirely sure if that is actually a good thing. With bread, I pretty much feel like I do not... I do not agree with the American way of making bread. It's not like we don't have any selection there, but we have 40 different breads rather than 40 brands of pretty much the same bread, I'd say. And I don't mind if bread goes stale after 3 days. I mean, I usually either have eaten it completely or almost completely eaten it by that time anyway. Yeah, 4 months is a huge amount of time. I get that there are different philosophies, and I probably also... We're not going necessarily to agree what is better. Yeah, I go shopping twice a week, which is not the most frequent. I know people that go daily. But twice is enough to have good bread and bring everything that you need for that time. It seems like the philosophies there are very different. In which case, if you do require to do this, and from what I've seen, there is a big pressure on at least trying to be as efficient with it as possible. Once a week is okay. I find that I prefer going twice a week because it gives me a lot more spontaneity with what I am going to eat and so on. And it also allows you to take fresh meats or so to try stuff out in smaller quantities. Absolutely, that is then already a journey to get to the shop rather than a quick trip. But it feels like it is that these hourly trips are the case much more than I feel like they maybe should be, but it is much more spread out and you're much more limited in the transportation you have available with that as well. Well, where I live, I don't see cars going away anytime soon as well. And there are always issues where it could be better and so on. But I am aware that my access to places without needing to take a car is much, much better than almost anywhere in the US, I'd say, or North America in general seems to be built on spreading stuff out. And I think the most important choice for these things is, the most important thing in these things is choice. Not every how shall I put it? If people want to use a car for a trip, they should be able to, but there should be alternatives, but those are harder to put into position as stuff spreads apart, and that is something I am aware of. And I'm also not kidding myself in the fact that having this situation, it is hard to know how and what to change. I did get exploded. That is correct. That is payback for all of the times I've been pushed about. I have pushed people about with my longsword. Okay, are you flying away or are you... Okay, you just wanted to relocate. I do understand. But yeah, these things can become complicated very quickly. And we're having a tough little bugger here. Probably took the wrong element. Should have switched to ice. I think that is a good thing, even though some will complain. But people will always want to find... people will always find something to complain about if you let them. Okay, flying away probably. Yeah, which makes sense, because for a college, not everybody probably has access to a car, and with how many people you need to move around the campus, the best solution is to build compactly and have everybody live close. But once you leave college and you move out, you do not have that opportunity anymore. That is a gesture I think happens rather often. That surrounding either buildings or areas are named after either the people directly or of their family members. Yeah, I don't think that that is a bad thing. People do tend to know the things that are important to them, and some of those pieces of lore thus have a much smaller circle in which they proliferate, and you get to points where some information, while interesting, is disappearing from the consciousness of the people, of the general people living in the area. Okay. I hope I am going the correct way. I'll just have a steak. I don't like having stamina this low. Okay, Mark was trying to do something. Some more bombs. There we are. You got the cooldown and got the Wyvern Fire back. Just keep hitting it, it doesn't matter if he dies while I'm on it. Although with how hard Kutku is struggling here, it might be hard to reach him. There we go. And we have Hyper Kutku down. A large wyvern here, very nice. I'll just check how weak Kutku actually is against Thunder. In the end, it was his biggest strength. No, it is his second weakness. It is not that anymore, but we also... Kutku struggling so much and thrashing so much was not a good opportunity to really approach him, I get that. 2 more chunks, very nice. Oh yes, for you, absolutely, if somebody has mounted it, stay away until the monster comes crashing down. You will not be helping out if you go in and attack. And that is not to be harsh, that is just the reality. In the beginning I've interrupted more than one mount that would have been useful had it gone through, because I made the monster flinch. Yep, and there is nothing you can do against that. You have that one flinch, and the hunter who mounted goes flying. If this were Thunder, I'd be more comfortable eating here. Let's see, mark first what other monster you do want to hunt, although we might need to wait a little bit on that because of the box check, or the crafting check rather. I think 4 did a very good job introducing mounting. Its terrain was more, it was even more jank than GU. If you're fighting close to an edge, you just be, the game sometimes might struggle on, are you at the, on top of it, are you down, and especially for evades that could lead to issues. It still can, but it did much more back in the day than it does today. I'm happy you slept well. If you fall asleep so smoothly that you don't even notice it, that is in my opinion, a very good sign. I have been thinking, for tomorrow I might start with Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, not like big multiplayer, but I have two monsters I haven't fought in quite a while that I do feel I do want to give a walloping again, and they are absolutely unavailable, unfortunately, in Generations Ultimate. So I might be starting in Freedom Unite, showcase Yamatsukami and Shengaoren, and then switch to GU with a normal, reprising the normal program. Copperblangonga, if you want to, I can add into the rotation, then I'll probably be up to a complete hour. But if you want to, I don't mind showcasing it. And okay, I'm adding Copperblangonga. And I'm happy to really see that you had a smooth sleep without any issues. That usually works the best. Okay. I will be switching to an ice elemental weapon. Oh, cool. That'd be actually quite nice, and it would be for the first time in a long time that he returns. I think his first and so far only time had been in Freedom Unite, although Frontier or Online might have he might have appeared as well. Since I am not as familiar with those games in particular, there's not... I cannot really say one way or the other. Yeah, he also had his one game, and then since then he has not come back. Maybe they both will be in Stories 3. It would make for a nice... it would make for a nice reappearance. Okay. How do they differ in Stories 3? I think you're starting here, Kutku. No, he is not. Over here. Okay, so they don't... They are not simply part of the environment. You do have to unlock them. Okay, that is fair enough. It does feel a little bit weird to have them locked like that, because despite the hunting efforts of the players, I don't think we can do that much damage to the environment. Which would make sense that you also unlock the deviants like that, since deviants are in a way an additional subspecies for each of the monsters. getting knocked about a lot by the Kutku tail here. But so far the damage I've taken is not catastrophic, even though it's a little bit more than I like. I'm going to take, to make sure we don't have a card. I did bring the powders specifically for that. And I am getting smacked with a fireball again. And charges out of nowhere. Okay. Nice, back up to max life, and I have the opportunity to sharpen. Oh, okay. Well, that is unfortunate. Did you forget to stock up? I'll be keeping an eye on it then. Except powder and flute. You really need to get into the honey business. And of course, and he's lying down again, so very nice. And that was an instant charge. That's a wasted potion, you... Okay, let's try that again. Better. At one point, you'd think you'd remember that he is going to charge you instantly. And yet I still insist. I'm trying to stand in front of him. Okay, somebody is angry again. Okay, he is moving on. I think he's moving on. No, he's just coming back towards me. And then you hope that you are getting something and he's doing the opposite. As usual, I've been drinking a lot of mega potions already, so I'll just fill up. Okay. I keep saying Kutku seems to just do a ton of these no sign run starts, and I still stay standing in the wrong position. Okay, there he moves on. Yes, I am aware of that. I usually don't bring them. I am usually fine with the normal mega potion or the potion mega potion stuff, which is why I am bunkering about 1,000 units worth of honey. And sorry for pushing the mic before there. But that is possibly a personal preference. Or at least I see it as a personal preference. You're not wrong. They also do help to with the stamina upkeep. But again, you do have a much larger store of mega potion. That is true. You do get more healing out of a single mega potion stack than a single ancient potion stack. But again, I do feel like this is a personal preference, but it is good to know that the opportunity exists. So thank you for bringing it up. Let's see what the Khonshu has to offer. I am trying to carve a Khonshu. Okay, not getting anything. I'm not sure how rare the items are at the traders. Personally, I would have said that it's probably not looking too bad. It definitely rotates, but how hard is it to be able to stock up on them? with what we've talked, I'm probably now getting the Kelby Horn rotation even without needing it. Exchange for items. We have some immunizer. I do not have it here. And they are not here at all. So I have the immunizer, not the others, which for me is currently absolutely fine, as I do not play in that specific way. That does remind me, the maximal level depends on which armor it is. But it is usually very clear when you have reached max level. It does rotate. I had the Kelby horns and all of that. The fusion does not really influence the stuff like that. That's what I wanted to check. Okay. We are at a point where I can fill up my mega potions, buy new normal potions, and then get the honey out of the trade. I don't even know if you can further upgrade fused armor. You'd reduce down from 3 plus books to 3. I'm not quite sure I really get it. Trader. I'm looking for the trader. There we are. That's what I wanted to do. Request trade. Yeah, of course, honey. Why am I... Okay, I am not doing great here. Trade. Bloody hell. Okay, that was a bit of a mess. I apologize. So... absolutely, it is the most important thing for me, at least, to keep that up, to have a constant supply of honey. So I imagine you'd be replacing these 3 with ancient potions and their combi material. You might not want to bring max potions at all at that point anymore. You're like having 2. So you bring max potions with ancient potions. You're not saving all that much room, it feels like. But maybe I am looking at it from the wrong perspective. Which absolutely might be the case. And you also can't forget that you need additional combi material for the coatings and all of that. Yeah, that is fine, Mark. Yes, as a prowler, you do have what is going to feel like unlimited unlimited space compared to a hunter. Ancient to max, Kelby Horn Immunizer, and the 5 combo books. So basically, the 2 potions, Ancient, max, Kelby Horn Immunizer. I realize the combo books are useful regardless of if you are combining the ancient potions or not, because a lot of the coatings do require more than the 2 combo books I currently carry on my person, on my hunter. I forgot it removes the need for stakes, so this is also a post that goes away. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You're probably not carrying pickaxes and bucknets around. You don't need the whetstones. Paintball I'd keep, but that's not a necessity, especially if you bring some paint coatings. And then you have the books. No, I do see how that would compact stuff a little bit now. I hadn't thought about the stakes. And you're not bringing the armor charms. Okay, as a gunner, I do see how the power charms make sense, but the armor charms might not make sense to bring. As a blade master, this feels like a very comfortable set of items for me. Bow and Mega Dash Juice, I do see how that would be beneficial to have. I guess the kitties do profit from that. I didn't think about that. My current kitty selection does not include the charms. Well, I'm not going to mess up the box too much at the moment. But I can see how it would play out. I'm also guessing, Raven, that you're not using any safety nets, like skill-wise. Usually when I go gunning, especially strong monsters, Fatalis and so on, I bring guts. At least in Freedom Unite, I haven't really gunned in GU yet. I do think that Raven is going to have a good pipeline providing him the material he needs. I have a stack full. At least I think I have a stack full. I have a bit more than a stack full, but it is not something I use very much. I do see the point, yeah. Raw damage, yeah, it should be fine. And I can eat for dragon resistance without I can eat for Dragon Resistance Ultra Lucky Cat without strings attached, but I haven't gotten it. Yeah, okay, I see. My go-to Gunner set in Freedom Unite is the Lava Sioth set with Guts, the ammo box, focus to charge faster, and to have the... No, that is done by the ammo box, the additional charge stage for the bow. Thank you for the reminder. I was wondering whether I should be switching out. If don't distribute your garbage, Mark. Seriously. But it is 14 Zenny, so yeah, I was wondering whether it was I should have switched to, I think Thunder is my favorite with him. But I think it should be fine like this. It's probably going to be found up here. Yeah, that is exactly what we were going for. You're currently not using a dragon weapon. You're currently using a thunder element weapon. Cruise Boy, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday and that you can be looking forward to a good continuation of your Saturday as well. No to what? Amethyst, hello, welcome in. Also for you, I hope you're having a lovely Saturday, and I hope you can look forward to a good continuation of this Saturday. I am playing on original hardware. And Old Fatalis, unless I am very mistaken, is Thunder. Even for the Gunlance. And Raven, I don't even know if I've welcomed you in properly. Just in case, even at the risk of repeating myself, welcome in, and I hope you're having a lovely Saturday and can look forward to a great continuation of your Saturday. Sorry if I had forgotten. In my opinion, yes it is. But if you do prefer the more modern ones, then GU, you're going to have a different opinion of GU. The combat is a little bit slower and more methodical, and the game in general is harder than the 3 modern iterations. I am actually very happy to hear that. I so wish Capcom would give us just a port of GU to PC, allow us to bring the files over. but that is never going to happen. So it is available for a very good price. Oh, bloody hell. He did manage to pike me there. Rise is on Steam, absolutely. Which is why I'm somehow still holding out hope. Despite me feeling that I should know better, that GU might also get a port, but it is far older and the licensing agreement for the exclusive might have been very different, and depending on how different it was, Nintendo is not going to allow the game to come to PC ever. At least officially. Okay, if you played Frontier, you are going to like GU. I do understand that that is annoying, but crossplay is more complicated than just Nintendo. You do need to have need to have a server architecture that allows for it, and they only introduced that with Wilds, unfortunately, and that is unfortunate, but there is not much we can do. It's just not feasible to force it. Yeah, and there comes the issue in that the protocols are not necessarily the same. You do need some server coordination, which in one case would be provided by Steam, the other by Nintendo, and the hardware is different. The requirements for accessing the hardware then become different, and crossplay seems simple, but it can be a huge mess. So it requires an additional effort, it requires an additional layer that normally you don't need. Yeah. It is unfortunate, but it is the case. And if you do have developers that do think that the effort and time invested into crossplay is worth it, and they are willing to build up the layer and server infrastructure for it, then it is possible, but it adds an additional layer that to a degree in some instances can feel to the developer like it doesn't make sense, which that is unfortunate in parts later, but it is what it is. And I do think there's also an argument to be made that if you do not know how much this feature will be used by the community, it is also time that might be better spent doing something else and improving the game in other ways. Even if there is a willingness to do it. Again, it's unfortunate. I would prefer if games were available on any platform, be available with crossplay without issues, but that ignores the complexities that developers have to account for and to solve. And as such, these are not always things that can be accounted for by the developers. Okay, I hope he's falling soon. I feel bad for her having Amethyst wait in the lobby for so long. Okay, I do need to heal a little bit here. Okay, that's another Mega Potion. And that was very optimistic. Had he kept up the attack, I might have wasted one. Okay. Okay, that stung a little bit more than the first round. And I did find a very nice red dragon mind stone. Is that at the coast? Yes, it is. That is far enough over that that is at the coast. I hope you get lucky with the pelts. I understand that they can be a pain to collect. Especially since Blango do like to give bones over pelts. At least that's a feeling I have. Okay, that was a back swipe I didn't want. Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, I exploded before I could finish. I saw him taking the run-up. I saw him doing that. And yet I did attack and not ready myself to evade. And I got exploded again. Okay, that was much nicer. A lot more damage. And I do need some time to combine and also have a steak. I'll be right back. But I am starting to feel the lack of stamina. Oh. He has decided, or Valstrax has decided, I'll give you one. Or 3 here. I do have plenty to replenish back at base, back in the pub. Here we go. Okay, not much longer. He is going for the nap. I am badly dragon blighted, so for that alone, it was a good idea to bring a weapon that does not rely on elemental damage. And I've been blighted quite a bit. He should be asleep by now. It's unfortunate that the... Yep, we can do that to give him a little bit more time. There he is, the big boy sleeping. I go towards the other side. I'll wait for you to wake him up. And he still has the angry red tips. We probably need to wait a few more seconds for your lance to cool down. I do hope he doesn't wake up by himself. If he does, I'll just attack him. What is the timer? 2 minutes? There we are. There we go. And there we have it. The last stuttering of a jet engine. I don't mind if you and Mark switch quests. And I might jump in then as well. So if you do need high rank Cerrigios, we're coming back. Feel free to post it up already. I'll just switch my weapon to Thunder. You won't be alone. You'll get some practice in. And you'll be able to improve your capabilities against him in GU as well. And as Amnithis also says, it's only high rank. We'll be able to defeat him pretty quickly. Nice commendation. I know. You don't need to worry about it. It's good practice. Very nice. I'm happy for you. I got one of the mind gems. And Mark, yeah, you were right. It is indeed it's indeed dragon potential. My bad. I was sure that all of the equipment would be thunder elemental. Cerejos element doesn't matter much. Oh, that might have been a mistake. Oh, this is an unstable quest, and I've eaten poor Game Changer. I'll bring some dung bombs. I usually don't. That is fine. He is not that tough. He is as... And I do think he is a lot of fun to fight. To remember him wrecking me in the beginning in 4 and then in 4U when he got... Did he... Was he in 4? I don't remember because I only have 4U. But anyway, he did wreck me in the beginning. Yeah, me too. I only played the ultimate version. And I do remember he had high rank quests, but were those quests added later on? Again, I don't know. I'm going to... I usually put them together into one as well, so 4U. But yeah, he did manage to do a little bit of damage because... a little bit of damage. No, he caused some cards. Because I fought him like I would fight Rathalos, and that is not the way to go with him. Yeah, absolutely. Don't worry about it. I do have my save files, but I also have an additional playthrough through 4U. One of the things that me and my brother, we didn't realize when we were playing it a ton early was that you need to level up your guild quests in order to get true armor spheres, and as such we'd never managed to get those additional upgrades of our armor. And we fought Gogmazioth. We've basically killed everything about wondering where you'd get the true armor spheres from. We went even, as I said, so far that at one point we restarted save files to try and see what we missed, and it was the guild quests. Still, even if you know that, it's still a pain to collect all of the true armor spheres, in my opinion. In 4U at least. That is something that has gotten a lot better in GU. And I missed that timing, didn't I? Okay. Okay, I'm not getting knocked about left, right, and center. I hope to be able to have a 1 charge at the end of my weapon. So far I could not transform any of the chances I've gotten. Okay, there we are. 1, 2, tail. Okay, that was probably the music, not something else. I do have Capture Guru myself, so I can see he's not yet capable. If that is even what we're going for. Which I'll be finding out. Oh. That allows any potion to have the wide range effect. Okay. He is capable, and something broke as he was flying away. That is a very impressive horn. It's a very impressive skill. And it does last for a while, so... Okay, you want to cap, I'm guessing? Oh, no, it's the horn again. Here we have Cerejos down. Nice and quickly. As with so many games, though, if you can practice in a safer environment something you are not very good at, it is usually a lot, it's already a lot more fun, and you are able to learn better because you're not frustrated and you're having fun instead. Reactivating the wide range boost, even though it is a little bit too late for it. The talisman I've gotten out of it, unfortunately, is not a useful one. That is very, very useful. Is this a Healer Cat skill? Let me have a look. Or is this a skill from another support class? Wide Whisker Horn. It's a support move. Assisting, healing, protection, fighting, charisma. First order of business is, as always, to find somebody with it. Maybe I do need to take a look. Well, let's continue. Okay, then. Mark, you go next. I'll be stepping aside for the moment and allow you to rotate. Why am I not surprised? He doesn't have any dragon element attack, it's all fire. I am going to bring a Farcaster just in case. I am going to order some additional healing supplies. Bonjour, hello. Hello, Shui, welcome in. I hope you're having a great Saturday so far, and I hope you can be looking forward to a lovely continuation of your Saturday. Indeed, he has been practicing his gun lance. So far, the knockabout potential is still S-class. Very, very different outfit styles here. Full armor versus cute armor. Partially because I do enjoy just using the full armor, and Mark also a member of the full armor club. Well, how is it? Cool. How is it? The less is covered, the higher the armor potential. In anime logic, there is something like that. So, yeah, Mark, we are ready to go. I think no, that's the wrong button. Like this, that's what I wanted to do. Like this is even better. Thraig, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you had a good time. I'm going to take a bit here like this, and I have ordered enough around that with this I feel confident in tackling this big dragon. I'll leave the ballista to you. I'll leave the cannon to you. I think he is going to come forward. Not quite forward enough. I am not sure if it is anything you have done. But it wouldn't be the first black dragon we're killing. Neither crimson nor white. He seriously doesn't want to step forward. This is stepping forward though. And with that he should be standing good here. Actually, red is completely fine. It is white that is the hardest out of the three possible. Okay. It used to be for me as well. I am undecided yet in GU whether black or crimson is easier. White is fine to kill in... well, in Freedom Unite all of them are equally simple. But yeah, I don't mind crimson at all. Okay, that hurts. He is walking backwards with that. Thank you for the boost. Okay. Let me go fetch this. And I am wanting to focus. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah. Sorry, I completely missed that part. But you are right. Thank you for the reminder though, but yeah. Are you going to come crashing down? No, you're not. That's the big tail swipe. Sorry, Rose, I do think I knocked you over there. And this black one so far is going decently, and that is unfortunate. Let me... Okay, Rose is fine. Or Amethyst is fine. It is always a bit confusing having different account names. That is a nice crack. I'd be guessing chest or wings. And I do see that indeed the chest has cracked or been wounded. Shui, welcome to the hub. You will unfortunately need to wait for the finish of here. I hope that they do not become too bothersome. And I am getting smashed badly. And he also got me. Sorry about that, everybody. I should have dodged further into him. It's fine. I am much harsher on myself. I am harsh on myself, but not on anybody else. So, yeah. And he has moments where you will get stuck and all of that. So, it's part of the game. Okay, let's get some damage in here on the head. Okay, that should be white. Not perfect, but white it is. Absolutely, don't worry about it. Have a good drive. I'm guessing you'll be driving. And after that cart, I do want to focus. Poor guy did not enjoy this. I'll be sharpening immediately. I do not want to even risk another cart here. I say, and then I get hit by one of the most easily avoided attacks. You can give us a bug report after the game. We all took an unfortunate turn already. Okay, I was not beneath. Dang it. That was unfortunate. But he does seem to have a bit of beef with Rose over there. Or with Amnesist. Again, sorry. I try to use your chat names. And I do apologize for mixing them up here again. Okay, that's a tail swipe. I'll be mistreating his wings a little bit. I do want them to break as well, although we still have the head as well. That was a crack, could have well been the eye cracking out. It was not the wings. That, though, did put some holes into the wings. And unless I am missing something, we should have had... Uh-oh. Okay. That was luck more than anything else. We do have a new shot with the Dragonator, so I do think it's not a bad idea to pull him over. I'll also have the opportunity to sharpen up a little. But if I can do this now, depends on what he's doing. Okay, very nice. A step forward would have been better. Nice hits. I got fire hit by the fire wind. Okay, let's fix that damage. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me a boost there. Okay. I thought I should have been safe. I am fine. I can heal myself. Thank you, nevertheless. Thank you. Here I am taking a big amount at the moment here. I hope you had a good trip home with Reich, and welcome back. I should have dodged. I did see it coming. I should have dodged, but I'm fine. There we are. He is getting more aggressive, so we are drawing his health down. That is another nap he is taking here. That is always very nice if you do not need to go very far or take a car to get where you want to go. And indeed, he was already quite weakened. That is Black Fatalis down. I am also quite lucky to live close to a few destinations I would want to go on or go to regularly, so it helps to be spontaneous and a lot of other things. That's a lot of courtesies. Unsurprising. And I did manage to get all of the carves. I think I got 2 eyes in this particular one, which is really nice. Well, so we're up to 6 eyes. Making me wonder whether this is a cross with a... maybe a cross with a spider for having 6 eyes. I wanted to switch out my weapon, but I don't even know what I should switch it out to. Still having the same white Fatalis armor. And that is another Cerejos. I'll be switching out to a Thunder Elemental weapon. They are different subspecies. I think the idea... I have heard that. I have heard that Crimson is a repelled Black Fatalis, but that can't be because of Monster Hunter 4 for you, because there you do know that you are hunting a Crimson Fatalis that is a fresh, that freshly left its egg, so maybe some Black Fatalis become Crimson Fatalis, but in general they are different subspecies, much like Danes, German Shepherds, Belgian Shepherds, and so on. There's the different breeds of dogs. I think the idea is the same here. Yes, that too, but is it also... because I'm pretty sure there is more than one. Maybe White Fatalis is simply a Fatalis that has lived for a certain amount of time. Okay. I just saw something unfortunate, but that doesn't matter too much here. And only needing a scale or needing a million different materials, it doesn't make a big difference. You need something from him, so he has to get hunted. maybe that is their idea. I have another reason why I do prefer it being more vague. Because it is a created environment, it doesn't fit scientifically. It's very hard to fit it scientifically. And if you then try too hard, that is... Some people might love it, but you'll have another big part that is going to feel like, what the hell are we doing here? Okay, just getting knocked about a little now. He's really quick to stun at the moment. Okay. But it also helps, as you say correctly, Raven, with keeping up a mystery about the monsters. Especially the Fatalis, these legendary beasts that have knocked down kingdoms. Yeah, they did do that, and that was not necessarily the best idea, but they behave like a subspecies, and as such, they did put the additional effort in that you'd expect from a subspecies, but the explanation is... In a way, the explanation isn't bad, because we do know of different animals that do change coloration with breeding cycle and so on. And the breeding female, it does make sense for her to be more aggressive, but subspecies is not the correct term then anymore, and or at least biologically, and yeah, to a point, from a gameplay perspective, that is the correct view to take. But then it is less of a biological subspecies and more of a gameplay classification. Yeah. I agree that it made sense for Capcom to do it, but it also doesn't make any sense in the few instances where they try to explain it. To a degree, to another Amethyst, I find you can go pretty deep. Not trying to... as soon as you try to mirror it to reality, it doesn't work anymore. And if you try to create definite family trees and family links, that is also going to break down. But there is speculation on the origin of monsters and so on that is still... that can go quite deep, and that is still a lot of fun. Have fun dusting pirates, Thrike, and I wish you plenty of success with the mission stacks. We are doing round robin picks. I'll be skipping out for the moment. But you'd be the next one to pick Shui. I get what you want to say, Raven. I think the bigger issue is that that since this is a created environment, trying to apply the framework we have developed in evolution, it doesn't make sense from the beginning, because a lot of the constraints that are set for that are set in nature for evolution are not constraints that the developers had to follow, and as such that framework doesn't make is not translatable in the first place. But trying to speculate which one, or like, did a monster introduce dragon element, and so on. Yeah, but that then was well thought out, and they fit into the category. Same for Tigrex, for Narga, but it's keeping it simple. They are not trying to explain where they are coming from, where on the family tree they sit. It's just they're the same category with diminished wings. You can see where they're coming from, or you can see the family resemblance, but they're not getting into a close explanation if, for example, Akanto or Kanlos are if they are sitting in a line, if they are sitting behind a fork. Yeah. No, you are correct in the sense that I don't think applying too much real world logic to it is a good thing to do. But as I was trying to explain, we had some speculation a month back, I want to say already, where we were trying to find out how dragon element got introduced. Because for a lot of dragons, they are not using the element themselves. So was that something invented? Was that something you got from another monster? And those things, they are fun as long as you're not trying to fit them into rigid family trees. But yeah, I do agree that for most of the subspecies it is a gameplay mechanic and not anchored in a real family tree. Yes, more thought experiment, less trying to explain the exact origin. That is the perfect way to put it. We are hunting him where? Verdant Hills. Very nice. 5 flash bombs should suffice in this case. We are hunting Dread King Rathalos. The deviant variation of Rathalos, quite a lot faster, stronger, bigger, a different pattern. He looks very cool. I really do enjoy how he looks. Flash resistant until you break the wing. But afterwards he can be flashed. Well, he can be flashed before that as well, but he's not going to fall out of the sky before you break his wing, which made him, until I realized that, a very annoying target. And if I do hunt him solo, even in a long game, I still flash him because it will bring him out of the sky, which is my main goal. Bring him out of the sky, bring him into melee range. Once, of course, I manage to break the wing, because before it doesn't change anything and it doesn't really matter. He is also still the deviant I have going to have the most work ahead of me. Every other deviant I put more work in. I put a ton more work in. Except for Hellblade, I finished all of the Blade Master Armors up to level 10. And Red King is still stuck at level 5 or 6, so... Yeah, I did neglect him quite a lot before this. Well, you did remember before we went on the quest, so you do have the opportunity to do that, and yeah, don't worry about it. That happens. It happens a lot to me. That is partially why I have set up why I'm trying to set up the registered sets as I have. Well, I am happy for the game to put out the reminders like that. And I have to say that is a very elegant armor. Mine is quite a bit bulkier in comparison. I'm not sure exactly what Mark is doing. Okay, so change these to be more silvery, more shiny. Okay, Mark is wanting to take a break here. Which way down? It'll take a little bit longer, but it's not a big deal. And first off, we have the possible race to the nest. Reich, thank you very much for... Bloody hell, that's the wrong button. Thank you very much for the hydrate. Okay, I'll be taking a look after your health. I can share some mega potions if you want to. Let me know, and we can step outside and I'll hand you 5. If not, I'll keep the life powder ready. I am not terribly surprised You can probably set the phonetic, so set the pronunciation in a phonetic alphabet next to it, and it will read it out correctly. That is something that ED Discovery at least can do. And that was a big fireball. And I got the timing badly wrong. Okay. Let's get everybody else back up to par while I still suffer from poison, fire, and fireballs. So instead of Koch, as I would pronounce it, do correct me if I'm off. It's like, okay, I'm not even sure how I should read the pound and dollar sign. Okay, there he is down. And I do see that the wing has broken, so I can start flashing him now. Oh, I see. Pronounced it as the... He used the synonym for the male, for the rooster, cock. Although... yeah. That is not the only thing that means. Okay. I'm getting knocked about quite badly. Let's focus in a little bit here. Nope. Not getting his timings well at the moment. Okay, at least I managed to get through that. Shui got quite lucky there. I don't think I should have done that. It's going to make it hard to get to the tail. And that knocked me out. I see that this time I'm not the only one that got hit by the entryway curse. Let me give you a few here. A whetstone. No worries. Nope, wrong person. There we are. Anything else? So a steak or so? Okay, I'll take that as a maybe. Okay. Let me know if you need one. Okay, I'll be doing that quickly. Back to the flash bombs, I hope. That is bad. No, okay. I hit. I don't think I should have. But it does look like he moved. He turned enough to be for me to be able to get him on with that. Okay, that is nice. That's another nice para. And that is a completed quest. And a tail gives me a tail. Very nice. And that is very nice. I do not need the level 1 tickets, but good rewards in any other regard. And I did have the... I did hydrate. I did not yet do the posture check. Sorry. Sorry for the delay. But I'm good. Thank you very much, Drake. So I think we're back to Mark. Not sure how many quests we already completed. Let's have a look through the guild card. Got almost 1,000 special permits already. But I don't even have 1,000 G rank quests. Oh, that's fine. It's never been about that specifically for me. I do remember the last time with Lao, I unfortunately bugged out and dropped out, which resulted in me not being able to finish the quest. But Mark and Shui, with whom I was playing at the time, were able to finish. I hope that it's not going to be happening again, but so far it looks... but so far I did not have any connection issues, and I do hope that it is going to remain that way. I am fine with that, and we had a double posture check, actually. Okay, that is fine. We'll be picking up with Shui then after this one. Okay, so this is the complete Grimclaw set. And you added the decorations to add artillery onto it. As far as I remember, it doesn't have, the set doesn't have artillery by itself. From the talisman, yeah. That does help with ballista damage as well. I am not going to go onto the ballista much. My build is just not meant for that. That is fine by me, Mark. Nothing here. Nothing else here for me, so... I'll be waiting for him to come in properly. Out of the heavy fog he steps. A monster on the run. At least that was the case for the Laotian lungs in Freedom Unite. And I see that Amethyst, you have adopted an aerial style in order to torment the good Lao here. If the longsword charge would not depend on being able to finish a combo after jumping off the monster, I might play it more often, but the way it is not very great for me, let's put it like that. Okay, that's bad. Oh, that's what I wanted to see. Didn't have a good angle. Okay, that's better, but I'm still going to... I still would have gotten... quaked, yeah. But here we go. Slowly but surely. Climbing up the damage on my sword. So we're up to red bar. Sorry for knocking you there. There are moments when the longsword does require quite a bit of space. He's going to come back down. And that now has put me on the wrong side, luckily. That was a well-flown Conda then. I am happy you... did you manage to defeat it or you managed to run away? Either way, I'm happy that you're not... you didn't suffer from any major damage. It's dead, so you managed to defeat it with 7%. So the Anaconda was kind enough to leave the money for the repair to you. Yeah, he does not like being attacked on the legs. It is much more risky in Freedom. It feels more risky in Freedom Unite to keep running after his legs. And you have so much more time where you don't need to slow him down, that standing here at the back of him. That is unfortunate. He hits like a ton of bricks. And I don't think you realized he was trying to do the slam. That is not wrong. And with Insurer there are a few cheaper ways and faster ways back into camp. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good for the clock. Let's put a Sakura Slash in here. Although one of the things always there is that it pushes me towards the back. I did not bring any of the mini whetstones, or if I have, I already used both of them. That was a good hit. Okay, I'm happy I was not standing beneath there before I might have completely missed that. And that's another big opportunity here. He is opening his right-hand flank up a lot more widely, than his left-hand flank. So I do think I want to switch which foot I am normally working on for the flinch. But first I think I ought to check okay, and the rule is the same. He's going to move that side front first. Okay, and he's tiptoeing here a ton. Okay. Not exactly sure what he was going there for there, but I'll be sharpening up once more. And we continue to try and open this big material piñata. Quite valuable materials too. Lao, worst case scenario, always sells pretty well. Okay, he is turning properly and he is setting about to be running away. And that means that we have successfully finished the first part of the mission. And the two of you are probably going to be setting up the second area. While I would ignore most of the stuff here except the Dragonator, of course. And just keep pummeling him like the big piñata he is. I am fine with that, Mark. That allows me to stay down and inflict more damage as you get ready to pummel him. I might join you on the back for a short while though. It's not that it's immediately giving me a lot of important material, but I might cut some dragon herb off, which it fetches a very nice price for Academy points. And in Freedom Unite, it allows you to delay Lao by quite a bit, for he will stand up at the front of the bridge, swipe across it once, and so he's losing a good minute, 45 seconds at least, which, fair enough, is not the boon you might think it is. It just means that instead of arriving 20 minutes in, he's going to be arriving, or 15, 20 minutes I think is the fastest he can get to the last area in Freedom Unite. And then you have instead 20, 25, 28 minutes depending on how lucky or unlucky you are. Okay, I got stepped on. And that is absolutely a smack of this architectural element into the wall, and a bad smack at that. He's now tiptoeing back. Okay, that was probably the tail. That is not the direction I wanted to go to. There we go. Okay. I waited for too long. Won't be able to get back onto the back. There's worse things. He is taking a nap. I'm not sure if it's deserved or not. He did come a long way, but he is risking our fort here. Uh-oh. Okay, I should not get smacked here. I did not get smacked here. Okay, that was only a single hit. This is going to be a smack. That nicely cracked a few things. Okay, for some reason the angles I'm taking now are bouncing off his knee. And his right foot produces a much nicer, a much larger opening. Well, like, I'm guessing if you are on the right side, that is the same pattern for his when he flinches on his left foot. It is just that there, unfortunately, you will not be able to reach that easily. I'm really getting smacked about here. That was a large cannon load. I'm guessing courtesy of Amethyst. Another restraint, very nice. Okay, I am down to white sharpness. I ought to bring that back up. The sharper the weapon, the more damage you'll do after all. But unless I am completely wrong, I do not foresee any major issues. Well, if he knew about the pain beforehand, that is a bit mean-spirited. I'm not sure if it very much feels like a dad thing to bring something for somebody and then absolutely also forget to tell them, or to forget about this a smaller issue and bring something incompatible with that because usually you really like it. I know it's something I could definitely do, And I am not even yet a dad. These things happen. We got stuck in corners so often where a big combo knocked you into. These things happen, and I consider them just part of Monster Hunter. And while it might seem very silly, these moments for me increase the sense of danger and sense of that this all matters, even with a monster as pinata-y as Lao Shenlong. And also, for you, Mark, don't worry about it. We are unfortunately down. To 50%, but I do not. Ouch. Okay. He's taking a big lie down. I'm going to be staying here, trying to put as much damage in as I can to be as close as possible to the next flinch. And I'm pretty sure I'm doing the same amount of damage as if I had gone attack the belly. And there, mostly safely, we managed to remove this hazard. I'll be picking up all my carves if I can. I don't think I am too bad. And oh, there's more here. Okay, there's no more carving zone up here. At least I didn't see a pop-up. Very, very nice. That's another mantle to add to the collection. And an EX Lao Shenlong ticket. Do, 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 do. 2,500,000 Hunter rank points so far. No, in Freedom Unite he had hip, shoulder, head carves. So this was Mark's selection, so it's now Amethyst's selection again. Not sure what I'm doing here before I know what we're going to hunt. Well, it is what it is. Dreadkeen. Why I was at King, I don't know. I feel that my brain thought correctly, but my mouth pronounced incorrectly. Either way, it's silly. I'll be taking... Let me take a few things along to make it more smooth. It's on the Forlorn. Should be giving me some pluses, since this is the last... since this is the pinnacle quest of the... first part of the Deviants here. While you do want to reach Hunter rank 100, it is... I don't see the need to rush up higher afterwards. I absolutely don't mind taking it slow and enjoying the game all the while. Okay, we are all ready, and Rathian, Dread Queen Rathian. We probably have some breathing room. I hope I refreshed properly. Okay, I did. Whee! Tira, hey. Welcome back. Did you go somewhere or did you take a nap? I hope you don't mind if I'm guessing that you took a nap. Oh, I see. I am wrong in that case. And that is fine. But welcome back. And if you do need to go again, I absolutely understand. Kaplonk. didn't manage to get any color charge in. And that is a liberated tail. Absolutely have a great rest of your Saturday and enjoy your time with what was it? Asp Ink and COD. Not sure if it was that, but have a lot of fun. And if it is with the others, I wish them a lot of fun as well. Kahin Breakers. Yeah. Misremembered that. But I'm wishing the both of them a lot of fun as well. Okay. I'm not going to do most of the carves. That is an angry Rathian. That was unfortunate, but Mark is trying out a new model car. Okay. If you don't mind, I'll try to get the attention of Dread Queen. You kill the other Rathian. Or maybe we switch, because the Rathian did not want to listen to this. Ooh. And I rolled badly in the wrong direction there. Let's stop the poison. Let's heal the damage. she's probably going to be a big Rathian. Or the Dread Queen is going to be big at least. Thank you very much. Come on. And the normal Rathian is just... coming across here. Okay, that at least broke the tail. Thank you very much. I'll be fine from here on, if not perfect. There we are. Good thing I did bring antidotes. Okay, I'm not sure if I got lucky and I would have been blown away by a fireball had she not fallen over. I thought to see some build-up of a fireball. And of course I do manage to constantly poison myself. There we have another liberated tail. And Rathin is somewhat finally having enough. Well, no, she's still... there was something that made me say that. But, yeah, no, she's taking rests. But that usually means you've done a lot of damage. But that doesn't mean she's necessarily close to dying, although she does somewhat counter my caution here. And I had not yet put away my sword twice now. Okay. This is very plentiful. Might even have been on time for the reward plus. Let me see. Yep. Hunt of the day, so in half an hour that is going to be switching. And I got it in just in time. More by accident, because I actually had forgotten that Rathian was my hunt of the day for today. Absolutely, she's one of the best fights in the entirety of Monster Hunter in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. It's a toss-up between Gold Rathian and Nargacuga for my favorite monster to hunt. I don't seem to remember to have gotten any level 9 tickets for her. Yeah, I have not. I, in general, like her quite a bit, no matter the game. In Rise, for example, Gold Rathian is very much a bully target again. In Generations Ultimate, less so. Dread Queen is a very fun fight, but I do like her in general. I haven't even tried that before. I am as always going for longsword, but even though Gold Rathian flies a lot more in Rise than she does otherwise, I find Gold Rathian is a very easy bully target, but at the same time very fun to fight. So not a very hard fight, but a very fun fight. Yeah. That makes sense. I am correctly equipped. I do want to bring a few more items along. No. I do have a set for it. I do hope that you're going to have a lovely rest of your Saturday, and you need to charge your Switch. That is unfortunate. I hope that the charge goes well, and as I said, I hope you're going to have a lovely rest of your Saturday. And I've been looking about for so long. I am unsure about stuff here, and welcome in, Dakar. How are you? I'm happy to hear that you are well, and I just crash out. Okay, let me come back in. I seem to be crashing a lot more when I am the host. I hope that is not a sign of bad things to come. But I'll be right back. Did it save me eating? It did. Do I have... That is correct as well. Antidotes. Flash bombs. We might not need them as much with a heavy bowgun making sure we have a lot of damage, but it is a capture quest, so we do need to be careful. Amethyst with Bell, you probably have vision and all of that, and I am bringing capture stuff, and we will be getting no, we're not getting, but I do have traps and trank bombs. I should have brought a shock trap. Yep, it's a shock trap. I do need to be careful though. Of course, I immediately get poisoned. Yeah, but out of all of the traps, shock traps are still the easiest. Oh, damn it, he's angry boy. They are easier to make. You will be able to get everything for the pitfall traps easily, though. As well, you can find them at the item trader. They do wander about, but you can find the nets you need there and buy them on stock. Okay. Okay, I'm getting far too much knocked about. Okay, he's not looking at me. Okay, that was adrenaline pumping. That is fine. That is fine, Torch, or Drakkar. And these things happen. And as I said with Lao Shenlong before, it's annoying when it happens, but it's a good reminder, and it makes the world, it's a good reminder of the dangers in this world, and it does give you a reminder that even low rankings, quote unquote easy monsters are a menace, and if you as a hunter can get into a bad situation where you can be comboed down, then imagine what the average person here has to deal with, how much a threat these monsters are to them. And that is absolutely something I do find very important. And that is unfortunately something that... Yeah, indeed, I did... Sorry, that should have been something I realized myself. It was a very nice wing break. But, as I was trying to say before I interrupted myself yet again, they didn't manage to bring this danger over to wilds. The game is, for me, too easy. And with that, all of the danger they are hyping up is non-existent, and that makes it feel... Yeah, that makes it feel phony when they talk about how much danger everybody is in. Yes, but that is long after the story. And it is the story where you do need to make sure that there is actually danger there. Especially if you have characters talking so much about how dangerous it is, how everybody is at risk, and I never got that feeling. I never felt like there's any danger at all. Yeah, good reminder, we do need to cap. I am not going to be too risky. Okay, I am sorry. This is such a good opportunity. Of course, of course. I thought he would stay down long enough. Luckily, he didn't fly away. And yeah, so having the dangerous quests come at the end, it's nice that there is some danger and some difficulty coming in, but it did ruin the story for me. That it didn't come earlier. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, it is what it is. And also I do want to be careful to add there, because it was my perspective of difficulty. This perspective on the story is mine and not necessarily shared by anybody else. You have to go, Shu. I do hope that you are going to have a lovely rest of your Saturday. Thank you very much for joining us. We had a lot of fun. Oh, I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. Fair enough. He was more challenging than others, but... Oh, wilds, not world. Yeah, but the issue is that by that point you have passed the main story. And I'm trying to put something together as to why it didn't work and really go into detail, but there is all this talk of all these villages, how I'll try to do this in a complete form. Yes, a lot of the... I'm very experienced, all of that, and I do understand that. But in the older Monster Hunters, in Freedom Unite, in GU, 4U, even a low rank monster, if I'm not paying attention, if I'm being cocky, can cart me with G rank armor. And something like this, where we are definitely over-equipped for, or we were definitely over-equipped for, and Dakar still got comboed down. It doesn't happen often, but it adds to the sense of danger. Yes, let me get to my point. I understand that perspective. So, in the older Monster Hunters, you couldn't get cocky, you couldn't... And I've cleared Wilds, the early story, so easily that I didn't feel any danger. Contrary to the older games, it felt too easy. And that did some separation. And as I was going through it, yeah, all of the moments after a cutscene, I never got hit with this, okay, I need to be careful, or I could cart here, and I understand that I'm very experienced, but I have replayed Freedom Unite a year ago. I've replayed For You, and even there the early quests are a lot... They do carry more risk. And for me, they didn't manage to bring that to Wilds when it absolutely needed it. I do understand that logically, fair enough for new players. I get it. I get it that the older games had a lot more of a learning curve. They were demanding a lot more. And it is fair of Capcom to... Yeah, there's turns. Oh, yeah. Dakar, you're probably not going to be taking turns at all. But if you want to, you can go ahead. I don't currently have anything big. I'm trying to... I want to finish this explanation. So I get all of these points, but... Hellblade, you did require more Hellblade powder, yeah, true. But yeah, and that's why I say I wanted to make sure it is a personal feeling from the story, but there came so much that, and it was feeling so easy, so risk-free, and your companions constantly go like, oh, it's so dangerous, it's so if you want to be able to talk like that, and there is then no feeling of danger for a player, that is going to make it feel either disingenuous or feel like these people don't know what they are talking about. And especially since Gemma as the as Little Miss Forge, making it feel like she should know better, it created a disconnect for me personally that, as I said, I am trying to put something together to be able to explain more in detail and more properly. And Striker Greatsword, not a style I can say I have used before. And it might be unfair to give a counterpoint now, or to give my perspective now that you can't answer Amethyst. Okay. So I do want to be picking it up. I don't mind picking it up later. But okay, I'm going to focus on this, and then I'm going to give my explanation. Trying to put it into the correct words is taking too much of my attention. And this is a G5 Hellblade, and I do not want to get carted a ton. Thank you very much. Okay, that is some Hellblade powder for me. That was a nice crack. I do enjoy the flow of combat with Hellblade a ton. Even though you can have moments like this where he just dances out of your range. And we have a normal Glavenus coming to join the party. I do need to heal up. And the normal Glavenus has decided to come towards me. I'll try to keep his attention for as long as I can. Okay, that hurt. I do... Oh, I'm sorry, he's coming over. Thank you very much. I'm getting thrown quite far here. Okay. That was, out of those two shinies, the important one. And the first Hellblade is down. Okay. A lot less troublesome now that there's only one target left on the field. Getting hit by the stub of the tail. Okay, that's a break, and that was another shiny somewhere. Okay, very nice. Ooh, I got the hit in there. From the angle I was really thinking that I would not. Okay, that tail is not going to come off like this, but I do want to bring it as close to the threshold as I can. And he is flinching quite a bit. Okay. If you don't mind, Amethyst, we do have a moment, and I do want to give you my my perspective on that. It is very, very strong. You did a lot of good work, and now you made me want to try it out. Freedom Unite is where I have the most experience with the greatsword, and if that is the closest I will be getting to it, I will absolutely want to try it out. So Okay, that is interesting, that you can overcharge it without losing power. But I get that the player is supposed to be a good hunter, and that there should not be too much... Okay, no, I need to do this later. Sorry. Not during the quest. I'll have the 2 rations quickly. I just realize I have slid down quite a bit. Luckily, I am good on sharpness. Yeah, okay. Ouch. I'm... Sorry. Sorry for the cart there. Okay, let's recoup. There are a few more rations in here. Okay, not perfect, and I am missing some of my food boosts, but I can rejoin you. Okay, charge back up by 1. He can be. But I don't exactly want it to repeat now. And I do want to focus that it does not happen a second time. That was a nice blow. That is a big issue for the Prowlers because you can't recover your acorns, unfortunately. And with the damage he does, you do need to know how you would recover your health or just not get hit. I'm usually going for not getting hit, but I haven't been doing the best with that at the moment. Yeah, but he did go for you. Well, your main weapon in Rise is the hammer, and hammer users are known for being on the reckless side. So playing a reckless cat as an otherwise hammer main, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I can see that Amatsu being an issue. She doesn't come down very good for the bonk, and she is also somebody who can punish reckless play very hard. Because floaty, yeah. Okay. Did not think that much of an issue. Thank you for the help there. Oh. I'm not sure if I can do anything now, but you still have an acorn. True enough, in Master Rank they are much more bullyable still. Although with my style I have little issues in general with them. But I understand I don't play a hammer, and the hammer is relying on getting good bonks, so it's not comparable. But I can understand where the issues lie and where the difficulty then comes from. Okay. Thank you. Less reckless, more concentrating. Well, I always had two ideas about that. One, he was supposed to be nommed. And as such, That is not something that came badly or unexpectedly. Bloody hell. Okay, he's down. So it's not something like that where you have the him supposed to be eaten in that ritual in their reproduction or afterwards, depending on how it goes, and then yeah, that is though absolutely something I can relate to. Happened to me more than enough. And yeah, this was G5. Or because he got weakened, he was an easy snack. Both options go pretty fine in my opinion, but I tend more towards the former because it feels like that cycle might have been intended to be like that. And I do agree, he is a ton of fun to fight, even though I also did drop down a little bit more after a first good run. As soon as the normal Glavenus appeared, I did play noticeably worse, I think. But all in all, it was a very nice fight. Okay. We have a bit of time. I'm going to, again, try to answer Amnethyst's counter-argument to what I was saying before for Monster Hunter Wilds. So all of that, I understand that it might not necessarily have been intended as a danger from the point of view from the player. But that doesn't really work for me because I have the feeling that the game, camp, and all of that is trying to push too hard the idea that this is a dangerous area, that everybody is in danger, and that your companions all the time, dangerous, 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 be careful. Like, it creates this disconnect, and I also feel that it creates a discord for how the game wants me to see these people living in these areas and how they come across afterwards. And I think that is where my biggest critique lies, is that the game tries too hard for an experience, for any player to make it be dangerous. For me, the issue, as I was starting to explain, comes in that the villages... that the villages don't feel like they've done something nice, that they have found another way. It's just like giving me the feeling that this is all of what they have been doing is lucky that they held out until we came, and that is not what the game is trying to do, and that is where my biggest disconnect then comes from. And I also really get that there is, with that it's not a universal one, that newer players do not have that feeling. But then do it more like Rise Sunbreak did, where the normal people are very nervous about what is happening outside, but the hunters are focused, they are going ahead. World actually did that quite well as well, that you have an energy in the team that pushes forward, and is not constantly danger, danger, danger. I do need more words, and I do need more that to explain that, and there's some other issues as well, but that's the big one. That is an issue as well, in combination with the entire ecosystem. That is actually something I've really enjoyed at first. These cycles, the idea that you have the nature rolling on, that there are going to be seasons, and then the smack in the face that all of that is artificial. And it was so not needed for the story, in my opinion. But as I said, I'm trying to work on something where I can put my thoughts comprehensively and explain the points even better than I can here. I do tend to ramble quite a bit and not be able to explain things concisely without giving it a lot of thought and trying out different formulations. Yeah, it feels off and all of that. Again, I don't feel like I can do the best explanation just like this, but it was cool until they started getting into a lot of weird things. But I do understand that this was not the only center of ancient civilization. Yeah, and it feels discongruent with, for me at least, with other parts of what I thought the ancient civilization to be. And as I said, it might be that this was a part of it and not the entirety of it. Yeah, I'm just getting smacked about now. Let's focus. Something I need to think less about. You were talking, if you don't mind, you were talking about Pokemon and starters and all of that before. I am very much a fire starter user for basically all of the games I've played, and I might from time to time pick the grass starter, but usually as I said, fire. And the reason I don't take water is because it is usually very easy to get a good water Pokemon about. I am very sorry, Raven, you will need to confirm what you said, because I was reading Elite Dangerous W something. I think you meant Monster Hunter Wilds is confirmed. I do know why I like fire. In the first game, taking Charmander made for a more challenging playthrough, which made it more fun. And then okay, I see. Yeah, okay, I've heard of it, and they made it canon. Okay, thank you for the explanation. So yeah, and ever since I really enjoyed fire, but I have dabbled with grass starter playthroughs as well. It is just that okay, so Zoshia is the equal dragon weapon. Fair enough, I guess. It is... It is feeling a little bit different from what I had imagined, but that is not a big deal for me. Well, they usually... With what they did here, it's a bit complicated in that if you have a copy of something that is then grown, how much of it is artificial? It may be artificial in the sense that it is not a natural creature, but they do remain living beings, and they do quote-unquote grow by themselves, even if some of how they grow is artificial. If now Zoshia would have been an entirely I do see a bit of a difference, but it's expressing the same idea. Fallout 4 had the big difference in that the replicants, were they called replicants, were completely, were very much mostly artificial. They had artificial skeletons, they got the Sins, yeah, sorry, different game. Replicants is a different game. Or a different universe altogether. Sorry, and thank you for the reminder. The Thins are, and we see that completely constructed like you would construct a machine, but they are using organic parts. And as such, the Sins carry over more of the sense of artificiality than the monsters in Wilds do. than the Guardian monsters, I should be precise, in Wilds do. Yeah. I do not know how a player, or not well how a player that did not have my experience and not going through the game with the feeling that I had how he felt about Zoshia, but I found it a bit like, okay, we're at the final boss. It's trying to mimic Fatalis in some ways, and it felt like a joke. And this is very fair, but I mean, since the game didn't manage to build up any danger, and it made it feel like the ancient civilization tried to mesh all three Fatalis together, failed, but yeah. It made it feel like a joke that this should have been the monster that in the end destroyed the ancient civilization, or this particular ancient civilization, and it's just like, it never felt imposing or dangerous. Zoshia did. And it created a disconnect. As for the synth, I do understand that from purely how they look, there was more, or look from the exterior, there was more of a gray area, but they were still very clearly machines. That was very clear when they had larger injuries and so on. And you can still see the factory line where the bones are created and then everything gets added as through a factory. It is not anywhere near close to the way a natural body could grow. And as such, it is very much artificial. Even though some of the components and the finished look was a lot more organic, a lot more natural, a lot closer to... because it was how it was, they could look indistinguishable. Indeed, and that there is a difference. That is something that is not easy to answer. I do think that maybe we as a society are putting too much stock into the wrong metric. In that we are trying to put a line between living and machine, when the more pertinent distinction should be between should be in sentience. But that is not something I see taken very often. Let's put it like that. That idea that sentience is the more important discussion factor rather than is it a living being, is it a machine? Yes, and that's a good point, Amethyst. Then it would absolutely be a living being, but a machine that can, or a group of machines that are self-replicating and that then have minor changes in between them, that are sentient and all of that, are they still dead in a sense? I was playing Mass Effect recently, and Morden put a nice point about culture, about being able to develop culture. Yes, but which one is the more important to how you act towards them? A machine can be sentient, a machine can have emotion, have emotions in a way, and that is my point. That is also the important point for me, that in the end it's not so important, is it a machine, is it a living being, are they sentient, can they have emotions and all of that, and so yeah. But I usually see that a lot of fiction, a lot of stories focus on the living versus machine part and not on the sentient part. There are going to be differences, and that could lead to very interesting stories if you focus on the sapient part as well, but it's rarely done. And yeah, Dakar, I do agree that Zoshi as a low rank final boss for the story is very dumb. But I am trying to put everything, all of these thoughts into a coherent form that I can publish. It's proven harder than I originally thought, but I think if I can finish it in anything close to a timely fashion, it's a very interesting. It's interesting to go through that. Yes. I do not want to argue against treating animals kindly or with respect, and respect that if we're keeping them as livestock for food and so on, that we do not overly make them suffer for it. And in regards to artificial life, that is also how I feel they should be treated. But it is, as I said, very rarely discussed in these terms in popular media. Yeah, I have been playing Wilds a little bit more. I didn't really find the time to really go deep into it, and I currently... Oh, sorry, give me a second. I do absolutely need to take hot drinks along here. And yeah, most of the times offline, I find myself grinding out the deviants in GU. The hardest... Yeah, okay. If you put it that way, yes. In that way, it is the hardest Tira. You are correct. Okay. I have not fought that one specifically yet. That is... That is negating one of the biggest advantages that the Prowlers have. That you have a huge target in comparison. Oh yeah. If I made the impression that I feel weird about it, I mean, yeah, it's an event quest, and it is adding an additional challenge, so yeah. And I've said several times before, that's at least a few months ago, that I do miss this kind of fun in the event quests and in general in the game. Yeah, he turns really good, even though his steps are tiny. Or her steps, rather. Gammoth. If I remember correctly, the Gammoth we fight are the females. Yeah, but any normal citizen is not going to hug it. It's going to get gored. Or they are going to get gored, rather. Oh yes, she can throw some mighty snowballs. Okay. Top. Yeah, she... scale down something from 22 meters down to 2 meters, and suddenly it becomes very cute. And now I feel bad about fighting her. Thank you very much for having joined us. It has been a lot of fun. I hope that you are going to have a lovely rest of your Saturday and have a good time. Thank you very much for having joined us. She is a high rank monster, so it is to be expected that she doesn't have that much health compared to other Gammoth. Oh, I think that is a Final Fantasy or a Dragon Quest event quest. Or am I wrong and it was another series? I'm trying to think. Because there's hit a slime, it splits, it splits, it splits, it splits. Okay. Then that is me going too far, searching too far. But you hit a slime and they're splitting. That is something that has been that as an idea is not new, and so I was going to look for the source, and it's just a silly a silly thing. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I haven't fought the quest yet, so I was thinking you hit them, they split into two, and they just get smaller the more you hit them. Okay, yeah. Which is also not necessarily a completely new idea, but they made it colorful, they made it fun. I am happy to see this coming back more into Monster Hunter. Again, that is fair. It's an event quest. They want you to keep with the game a little bit as well, and they go ahead and give you rewards for them separately. I don't think that's a bad thing. Yeah, I get it, and now I realize why it's why it's Capcom being silly, and making this an enjoyable quest. And I have to say, I like it. I really do. Monster Hunter always had these silly things. I don't know if you know about it, but in 4U there was a quest with Kongalala and Emerald Kongalala, where they would start out tiny, and when you got them to eat the mushroom, they would grow gigantic. I miss quests that are just like silly and fun, and you go like, oh, that's the reference. Yeah, exactly. Fair enough. Fair enough, that's also a more silly quest, but more... Beating the quest was a lot more like trying not to get frustrated and aggravated by it. So... while it might have been supposed to be silly, it didn't hit correctly for most of the people who played the quest, I think. Yeah, fair enough. They had the tiny nightshade in there. Had forgotten about that. It could. Yeah, I'll take Lucky Cat. That one felt a bit too forced, if I'm honest. And let me bring this, and I'm going to bring some antidotes as well. And a Farcaster just in case. It would have looked stupid because... yeah. They were really small, and it didn't make any sense that they were even strong enough to ride you. Oh yeah, and I can take along basically all of this because Amethyst, you are unable to use it as a kitty. Okay. That it absolutely was. Thank you very much for the flute there. Okay, is... No, I need to heal this up myself. And of course I'm getting bull dromed. Okay, the bull drome is down. That is correct. Thank you for the reminder. But didn't really have a good chance of putting in the damage to break the tail, unfortunately. With bull drome being all bull dromy and running about and being a nuisance and being annoying and copying the old Bullfango tactic of just absolutely relentless violence. Okay. Oh no, that's not so great. There we go. And there's the tail crack. I've been waiting for that. And this allows more hits to also try and cut it off. I was going to say break it off, but that doesn't make so much sense as to try and cut it off. And with the weapon I have, I'm going to do more cutting than punching or squishing anyway. There we are. Made her instantly a lot less dangerous. Okay, I thought I could roll through that. And of course I'm getting slapped by the tail there. And well, with her other wing breaking. She had another well-deserved lie down. And I completely forgot how to do the timing correctly there. Okay. Sure. I hope you had a good time. And I hope that you're going to spend a nice afternoon together after she comes back from the shopping. There comes Rathian crashing down. I'm hoping to be able to get the shiny here. Very nice. And now we'll be doing a bit of carving. Ensure that for the big grind I have a few more materials I can sacrifice as necessary. Then get some rest in before she comes back. Yeah. True, 1 hunter and 3 cats. Although I am going to say that I would consider myself more equal with them than superior. I might be the one who says which quests we go on and all of that, but they do make for very ferocious hunters on their own, so I sometimes feel like they're not... Yeah, absolutely. And also, they might be... Okay. I'm maybe going back a bit far here, and I have time, I think, for one more quest. But... in Freedom Unite, and she reappeared later on in... For you, there was Nekoth. And she was, well, handing out some secret extra hard and under wraps quests in Freedom Unite. And she had a line which made me feel like... Seriously? And what she said is, or was it in For You where she said it, but it's the same character. She says that she worked on her speech such that she doesn't do the meow puns or add meow at the end of the sentences because she felt she wasn't being taken seriously while she did that, and she had to change that about herself to be taken seriously. And Falcott, yeah. Falcott, Nekoth in Freedom Unite. The name was different, but yeah, I do mean her. Or is Nekoth another character and I'm being silly right now with the names? Yeah, I always felt like that's unfortunate because how much they provide to society in general. I don't mind to continue to hunt one more Dread Queen before I finish up for today. If you need the materials. She got the heart quests, and I never... Yes, they might talk funny, but for me that felt like making fun of somebody's accent. And I don't like these kind of things. Making fun of somebody for having an accent, either because they are living in a different part of the country or because it's their second language. Exactly, Amethyst. It's cute, but they are... You can take them seriously. They talk in a cutesy way, fair enough, but they can still say very serious things, and that she felt that she had to change so much because she felt like society wasn't taking her serious otherwise. I always felt bad for her for that. And it never felt fair. It never felt fair, but what I do have to say is that I do feel very happy for her success that she managed to achieve despite these issues. And it makes it especially cute at one point where you beat her last quest, where she's so excited that she forgets to change her language, and she comes out with the cute meows again, and that I felt she was doubly cute at that moment, without me not taking her seriously, and that is why I was always like, yeah, no, this is a part of the world that I hope has changed, even though not very much time has passed. Okay, am I completely in the wrong place? It looks like it. Yeah, sorry, I completely misread on where you were before. I'm... no. Again, wrong. Need to take the long way through the cold area. That is true, that is true. And I do realize something. I have the paintball equipped, but I haven't painted her. There we go. Too aggressive. I should have seen that coming. As it should be. They should be taken seriously, even if they, quote unquote, speak a little funny. I literally have never seen it in a different way to somebody having a different accent. Or even somebody speaking a foreign language. Because that is also absolutely something that could be, but do need to focus a little bit more here. So my answers will be a little bit more slowly. I really like it. Thank you. Okay, I have no idea what exactly was blocking me there. But I needed like 10 seconds in order to get to the idea that I can go the other way to unstick myself against whatever I was running. Damn it, that's the third already. And thank you very much. That is true. That is a part where they really did a good job. In Wilds. Too far. Okay, tail cracked, finally. Or was that the wing cracking? I hope it was the tail cracking. Nope. Was not yet the wing. That was the first wing crack. Tail crack. Bloody hell. Focus is... I am sorry to say, starting to slip. Okay, that was risky. Had she charged, I would be sitting either on a cart or in a worse position. Thank you, everybody. Taking a ton of unnecessary risk again. Okay, I'll focus on the tail. She is... not fighting this part in particular badly. She's fighting well at this moment, but I do want your tail. There we go. This is taking, I want to say, 40% of the difficulty away once you manage to cut her tail completely off. Okay, that was a lot better than the first few minutes. Is that close enough to the side that she's... Okay, no, she's not. Now I see the connection. Yeah, they did do that really well. The speech in general was something I, for parts, was worried about, but they luckily did do that well. Yeah. Yeah. That part could have been good, but... Yeah. Okay. I see what you're trying to say there, Tira. Normally it would have been Alma and... It was not in this case. I don't think, though, that there was any other choice. Yeah, they are very talkative, and they do warn you about every little thing. Yeah. And it was, overall, I think, the correct choice. Okay, I got munched there by Rathian. Thank you. I do need to either make myself the time, or I do need to be given the time to sharpen here. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll be taking this more or less forced break to sharpen as well. There we go. That's more how I want to look. How I want it to look. Okay. She's lying down. I'm going to have a crack at the tail. That was a wing, probably, not the tail. And I'm getting whipped by the tail again. Thank you. Oh, bloody hell. Focus is quite badly gone. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying not to let it get that far, but yeah, I am slipping a bit. Okay. The second time went better with the first Arathian as well. Let's hunker down. Of course, I'm walking into the deadly poison. That's more how I want to make it look. Bloody hell. Making it look like I normally do and making it feel like I normally do. Still two different things. Okay, that was me taking the risk of just pulling this through. Hoping for a flinch. Okay, this round again went a lot better game-wise, but I've been all quiet. I do need to sharpen before I move on. That is also something that the palicos do not need to worry about. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. I'll be... Okay, I do think I know where she flew with that movement. That is unfortunate, Tira. I hope you can find a new one you like. Bloody hell. Yeah. Okay. This Cephalos really didn't want to let me leave. Are you waiting on me? I didn't bring any bombs. I usually don't amethyst. If you want me to use bombs, you need to... You need to let me know beforehand. And here we are. Was a bit more of a struggle than I would have wanted, but both are down. Okay. Oh, in case I did have any bombs, that you're not blowing me and them up as I'm trying to put them down. But yeah, I usually do not have much with me. So this In multiplayer, I'll be adding this, some traps if I need to, and the 2 combi books and the charms. That is all I usually bring onto a quest. And while it wasn't the best send-off for the stream, we were successful, and we did manage to beat these 2 Rathien. It's been a very fun afternoon, a very fun stream. Again, thank you everybody for having come in, for watching, for... Right, but I would have wanted a bit more fluidity, a bit more evasion and less face tanking, tail flips. But thank you everybody. I'll be leaving the hub now. Thank you everybody who has joined me today on the hunts. It's been a lot of fun. Indeed, but I do want to voice my unhappiness with how exactly it went, but you're right, it happens. And I also want to thank all of you as my viewers today. I hope you enjoyed my stream. I, for sure, as I already said, had a lot of fun, and so do I hope did you. We are going to be raiding out afterwards, so if you do have a suggestion for that, feel free to put it into chat. Before we get to that, I do want to quickly go through the schedule for next week. So tomorrow is Sunday, it's still weekend, more Monster Hunter, of course. As I said, I'll be starting out in Freedom Unite for an hour. I'll be fighting Yamatsukami, Shengaoren, and Coppa Blangonga before I come back over to Freedom Unite, where I'll be open for multiplayer and all of the usual shenanigans. Time is going to be normal, that is from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Standard Time. Then on Monday, I'll be playing Mystic Quest for the Game Boy. It's quite an old game. There's a lot of nostalgia that I have with it. And it's a rather short one after Mass Effect. And on Friday, I'll be finishing it up. I'm guessing that I only need a week for it. That will be normal from 13 to 18 o'clock or from 7 to 12 o'clock respectively. One Central European Time, the other Eastern Standard Time. I hope it's clear which is which. And then on Thursday, I'll be playing some more Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. See how far I can get, and that will be from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Time or from 9 to 12 Eastern Standard Time respectively. And then we come to the weekend again, Saturday, Sunday, where I'll be playing more Monster Hunter, so far at my usual time from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Time or 7 to 12 Eastern Standard Time. So let me have a quick look for a raid target. Doesn't seem to be too much for Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, unfortunately. There are a few others online and streaming though. There is one. I'm not sure if she's using a microphone. I'll drop into her stream and see if she is a good target or not. Otherwise, all of the other Monster Hunter streamers are not streaming in English, unfortunately. I think the only one currently that I really think I can leave you with is again Fronya. I know we rated her already yesterday. She'll be playing some more Kingdom Hearts, continuing on from yesterday, I'm guessing, and yeah, I hope you're going to be enjoying her stream as much as you did mine. As always, with raids, I please ask you to please be nice, please be kind, and again, I hope you're going to be enjoying her stream as much as you did mine. That being said, thank you very, very much, everybody, for having been here. It's been a great stream again. Much thanks to all of you. I hope to see all of you again soon. Hopefully tomorrow for more Monster Hunter, as I said, starting with Freedom Unite. And then moving back to Generations Ultimate. I am wishing all of you a great rest of your Saturday. May it be short or long. Have a great time, and until next time, please also have a great time until we see each other again. Goodbye.